Good afternoon, everybody. Good afternoon. We're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. Today is Tuesday, April 23rd, 2024. It is 5:01 p.m. We'll call this meeting to order. Welcome to all of you. Welcome to my board colleagues, Superintendent Dr. Stubblefield, to all of our staff that are with us, and to all of our guests that are with us, both in person and online. Thank you for joining us. Great to see everyone with us this afternoon. As we do at every board meeting, I'll read our board norms and protocols. We agree to respect differences of opinions in making decisions for the district, follow best practices in managing the superintendent and the management of the board itself, to stay on task when conducting business for the district, including while at board meetings, and never surprise the superintendent or each other when conducting official business of the district. Read these norms at the beginning of each board meeting and at board workshops as a reminder of how to conduct our meetings and to continually self-check to determine if we're following our norms when conducting district business. Again, good afternoon. Great to see everybody. Thank you to all of our guests who are joining us this afternoon. We have lots going on, especially our celebrations of scholars and staff, so stay tuned for some fun today. With that, Ms. Smith, would you please do a roll call?
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, present.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, present.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, present.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Mylan Jr. present.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, present.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, present.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, present.
Thank you.
Thank you. Board, I would entertain a motion to approve today's regular agenda.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Is there any questions or discussion? Seeing and hearing none. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And before I continue into the agenda, board, apologies, I forget. We do have interpretation available today. If anyone needs interpretation, we do have that available in Spanish and a few other languages. Please just raise your hand. We do have staff in the back who are ready to help with interpretation. So if you do have interpreting needs, please let us know. Si usted necesita interpretación para esta reunión, tenemos método para ayudarle con la interpretación de toda la reunión en español y otros idiomas. Entonces, si necesita esa ayuda, puede levantar la mano y tenemos a personas que le puedan ayudar con interpretación esta tarde. Gracias.
Mr. Lopez.
Yes, Ms. Page.
Can we make sure that everybody has a seat?
Has a seat.
Yes. Are there extra chairs we can maybe bring in? Or if there are seats, open seats, if you want to just raise your hand, there are open seats. Most of those standing up are staff that are going to come up here in a moment, I see. Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Ms. Page.
Just want to make sure.
Oh, that's great. I appreciate that. All right, we're going to jump right into our agenda. Lots going on at the beginning. One of the most fun parts of our meetings is we get to recognize with awards and recognitions. Board, today we have on our agenda a special presentation that was added to our agenda to hear from some of our students on tobacco cessation regarding a resist chapter that is in our district and in our community. I would invite Uzo Amakari, who is the Tobacco Program Coordinator for the Unified Government Public Health Department, and she is coming forward to present some special guests that we have with us this afternoon. Thank you so much for joining us, for being with us today, and we look forward to hearing from you and some students today. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Mr. Randy. Greetings, school board, and greetings, everyone. Thank you, everyone, for showing up today. I am the Tobacco Program Coordinator at the Health Department here in Kansas City, Kansas. And as a part of my work, I do work with a couple of our local high schools on vaping awareness and vaping cessation. I have two of my high schools here, Sumner Academy and also F.L. Schlegel High School. We did have a chance to go to the Topeka State Capitol in February, and they want to share some of that work that they did, not only just at the Capitol, but also throughout the school year. We have 5 students with us, and we're excited to share the work today.
And while they're coming up, I'd also just say thank you to Ms. Rachel Russell, who helped make the introduction for our presentation today. So thanks, Rachel. It's always great when we get to hear about some exciting initiatives happening in our district. So thanks for making that happen.
All right, let me start by saying hello, everybody. So today, our goal is to bring awareness to the dangers and misconceptions that vaping has on our community. We have seen a prevalent rise in vaping use in our schools and our younger community members, so we wanted to share the effects for those that might not know. Everyone pretty much knows that cigarettes have a negative effect on your life, but for some reason, vaping being so prevalent that people think that vaping is safer than smoking cigarettes, and that is not the case. While it is not conclusive on how much dangerous vaping is, we can see that these effects right here are some of the various ones that are on cigarettes and in vapes. If you take the time to look at that.
And if you want to, as you're coming up, go ahead and introduce yourself. Tell us your name, and if you're in one of our schools, what grade you're at and what
Oh, yeah.
school you're at. Would be great to know that. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Devon McWashington. I am a senior at Sumner Academy.
Awesome. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Lisbeth Carrera. I attend Sumner Academy, and I'm also a senior. I'd like to address that our main goal here is to spread awareness about vaping, more specifically within the youth and our fellow students. And some things we've done to implement that is we created a flyer as demonstrated up on the screen. This flyer's goal was to spread, again, awareness, but more specifically, we had some effects on vaping, and we also gave steps on how to quit vaping and even added information on quitting vaping. We also participated at Take Down Tobacco Day, which took part in Topeka, the state capital. And we talked with other legislators. They were very supportive, and specifically, I would like to thank Dr. Nguyen, who we also spoke with her. She was very supportive. She listened to our thoughts, what was going on at our school. We also got to interact with other schools around the state and other students, what their opinions was on the issue. And even today, we participated at a PLTW Research Day where we presented to our community what we've been doing throughout the year. And we spread out throughout our school a survey, which you can see up on our presentation that we had today, which will be mentioned more in depth with my fellow classmate, Asia. And the purpose of that was to gather more opinions from students at our Sumner Academy and how it has impacted them. And moving forward, we are currently preparing for some events such as May 7th, which is a Sumner CTE Research Day, and May 8th, which is a district CTE Research Day.
Hello, board. My name is Asia Johnson. I currently attend Sumner Academy, and I am as well as a senior. So the 3 questions we asked on our survey was, have you vaped, do you still vape, and how has vaping impacted the academic and cultural environment of Sumner? One of the comments I would like to share is someone that stated that I think that vaping has been a bigger problem at Sumner these previous years, especially with the younger kids. Even though that's one comment, majority of our comments were stating that it's mainly the underclassmen, even 8th graders, as well as about a year ago, the school locked down majority of our restrooms and only had the first floor open, and they don't think that was very helpful at the time. And some of the students even fear to go to the restrooms because they're afraid of admin catching them, thinking that they're vaping, even though they just want to use the bathroom. So there are some students that don't go to the bathroom at Sumner. And for the students that did say that they vaped, they said that it's due to the stress and workload at Sumner.
Hello, I'm Angel Robinson. I go to FL Schlago, and I'm a junior. And today I'm going to tell you a few things our chapter has done. So far, we have done a March Madness pickup where we picked up cigarettes and vapes at our school grounds. And then we did a retail assessment where we went to a gas station and a liquor store on Leavenworth Road where we asked the retail person about questions about the products that they sell and different type of things about it. Yeah.
Hello, my name is Joseph Richardson, and I'm a junior at Sligo, and I'm explaining what we did at the Capitol Building at Topeka. We had went and talked to House of Representative Dr. Melissa Orpiza, and we were just explaining to her the different issues we had saw and personal experiences that we had had with vaping and the bad, and she was very supportive and understanding about the issue.
Hi, I'm Mr. Oxler. I'm one of the science teachers at Sumner Academy, and I'm the teacher for the Sumner students that are here and helped kind of mentor them through this project that we've been doing. It's been a fun project that they've definitely enjoyed doing and got really into, and really wanted to tackle this problem that seems to be a growing problem. And part of the problem is that it's the companies are very much targeting the youth in their advertisements and their product development. Teachers probably know this more than others, that like some kids are walking around with vapes that look like highlighters, so they just mix it in with their school supplies, and vapes that maybe don't show up on the metal detector and stuff. So it's hard to catch, and so the kind of consensus that we kind of came to with the students when we were talking about it was that educating the students on the effects is really the way to go. And that doesn't start with the high school, because especially with vaping being an addictive chemical, and it's being nicotine, very, very addictive. If they get addicted before they learn about it, then it's really, really hard for them to stop, even if they want to. So the education that we can provide to help curb this issue should really begin with the elementary and middle schools, as well as the high schools. And some other things that we can do related to that is that if somebody's caught vaping, having a faculty member that's trained to counsel them on the effects of it and help them, because it's again, with it being addictive, if you just tell somebody to stop, even if they want to stop, it's really hard to do. So counseling them through how to stop and why they should stop, like the health effects of it and everything. Other ideas could include like having vape detectors in the bathroom, but those could help, but maybe they're easily destroyed. You would have to find some sort of balance with that. But overall, the goal is to reduce tobacco and vape use in our teens, because the anti-tobacco, anti-smoking campaigns did so well for so long, and then vaping came along and kind of took away a lot of the progress that they made. So I think we really need to spend a lot of time and effort to help tackle this issue.
Thank you very much for the information, the presentation, and great job to all of our scholars for the work that you've put into this and presenting to the board. Thank you to all of our legislators who received our students and scholars in Topeka, and for sharing that information with them. Dr. Nguyen.
Sure. And thank you again for coming to present to us. It was quite enjoyable having you there. Don't make it the last time.
Could we get a group picture of them before they head out? I see some of them leaving. If you wouldn't mind, or if they're going to stick around, could we go ahead and get a group picture? Thank you, Cameron. Scholars, if you wouldn't mind coming back up.
Mr. Lopez, while they're coming back up, I just wanted to say thank you all for your presentation and your advocacy, your peer-to-peer advocacy. I know how valuable that is, both for you all in your learning experience, but also as you all continue in your educational experience. So thank you for coming, and kudos to you for all the work you've been doing.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Great job. Thank you. We're going to continue with our agenda. Next up, we continue with celebrations as we hear from Dr. Sutherland for our Employees of the Month.
Randy Lopez, Board President, Maxine Drew, Vice President, Dr. Anna Stubblefield, Superintendent of the Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools, and all of the board members and all who serve Kansas City, Kansas Public Schools. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I am April Sutherland, the Human Resources Director for Early Childhood and Elementary, and I have the pleasure tonight to honor not one, but two Employees of the Month for the month of April. But before I go, I say who our Employees of the Month are few housekeeping tips. After we have finished all the recognitions with the students and the teachers, we will have a short break where we will capture 3 additional photos. The first being with the student, superintendent, and board. The second, we will ask our nominating staff and principal to join. Thirdly, we will ask our families who are here to support us to join. With that, now let's begin. At this time, I would like for Michaela Dozer to come forward, please. Michaela is an early childhood through 5th grade instructional coach at Douglas Elementary. She was nominated by her assistant principal, Carrie Tucker. And this is what they had to say about Michaela. Mrs. Dozier has been an instructional coach at Douglas Elementary for the past 2 years. During this time, she has gone far above and beyond what is expected of a coach. Whether she is participating in a coaching cycle, working with a group of students, or leading a content PD, she demonstrates a commitment to our success and well-being of our students at Douglas. Her dedication to cultivating and supporting enriching learning environment, both for students and teachers, is truly commendable. So we believe she embodies the qualities of exceptional educator and coach. Please join me in congratulating Michaela Dozier. At this time, I would like Heather Frazier to come forward. Heather Frazier is the principal secretary at Earl Watson Jr. ECC. She was nominated by her principal, Stacy Maxwell. This is what they had to say about Heather. Heather joined our staff late September after working in another school district for 11 years. She jumped right into pre-K. She got to know our students, families, and staff very quickly. Her experience of being a principal secretary in the past has truly come in handy. She has managed our budget well, and we have been able to purchase items our teachers need. She organizes our days, our FA days, and makes sure that teachers have an easy time when they schedule their meetings. Heather communicates upcoming events with parents, sends out weekly newsletters. She has learned the attendance side of this position very quickly. She is also able to communicate with parents around planning our fun family nights and works hard to make them memorable events. Heather does all this with a positive attitude and a smile. We do not know how we would survive without Heather. So please join me in congratulating Heather Frazier.
Good evening, President Lopez, Vice President Drew, Superintendent Dr. Anna Stubblefield, members of the board. I'm Dr. Jermaine Wilson, Executive Director of Student Services, and I'm delighted to present our Outstanding Students of the Month for April. Our students this month have a theme of demonstrating a hard work ethic, participating actively in extracurricular activities, and showing kindness and respect towards others. They embody their school's values and inspire other students to excel. As a reminder, nominations for Student of the Month are completed under the following pillars: attendance recognition, outstanding academic performance, positive behavior, commitment to service and citizenship, scholarship and/or community recognition, and outstanding athletic achievement. These scholars honored tonight will also be recognized alongside hundreds of other students in USD 500 at our Excellence in Education Awards ceremony on May 9th in partnership with our KCKPS Foundation for Excellence, and the event will be held at Home Field KCK located at 9250 State Avenue. Without further ado, our Early Childhood Student of the Month is James Bick from Bethel Early Childhood Center. James is nominated by teacher Stacy Haynes from Bethel Early Childhood Center, and she said that he has demonstrated exceptional growth and achievement during his time at our school. Starting as a young student, leaving home for the first time and encountering a whole new world of learning and social interactions, James has shown remarkable resilience and progress in all areas. He's navigated the challenges of early education with determination, embracing each day with positivity, confidence, and a smile. James's journey highlights the significance of early learning experiences in shaping academic excellence and social-emotional development. His positive attitude and enthusiasm are not just commendable, but also inspiring for his peers and educators. James exemplifies the beginning of a promising educational journey, laying a strong foundation for future academic and personal success.
All right, James. All right, James. All right, James. Way to go, James. Way to go, James.
James wants to be a soccer player when he grows up. Mom said when he's not at school, he likes to play and draw, and his favorite food is strawberries and grapes.
All right, James.
All right.
Moving on to our first elementary student of the month, I would like to introduce you to Melina Thompson, a second grade student at Lindbergh Elementary School. Melina is being nominated by Counselor Amanda Hearn. She stated since joining our school last year as a first grader, Melina has exhibited remarkable growth and determination. Despite facing initial challenges, Melina has consistently surpassed expectations, and not only academically, but also in her social-emotional development and attendance. Melina's progress is evident in her ability to effectively communicate her thoughts and emotions, being an advocate for her own needs, and forging meaningful relationships with peers and teachers. She demonstrates pride, respect, responsibility, and safety in all areas of school life, setting a positive example for her classmates. We are immensely proud of Melina's achievements thus far and eagerly anticipate her continued growth and success in the years ahead. Melina's story is a testament to the power of resilience and hard work, and she truly deserves this recognition as April Student of the Month. Melina said her favorite subject is math. Her favorite teacher is Miss Year because she's nice and always makes learning fun. And when she grows up, she wants to own her own line company. Our second elementary student of the month is none other than Valeria Laura Mejia. Valeria is a fifth grade student at Banneker Elementary School and is being nominated by Principal Amira Pugsley. She says, I'm excited as her principal to nominate her as the Student of the Month for April, recognizing her outstanding positive behavior and leadership qualities. Valeria consistently exhibits exemplary behavior both inside and outside of the classroom. She actively participates, always helps her peers, consistently displays kindness, setting an example for all of her classmates. She has an exceptional attendance record, which reflects her strong dedication and commitment to her education. Moreover, Valeria's advocacy for her classmates and willingness to stand up for others always demonstrates her strong leadership qualities and empathy. She embodies a sense of community and compassion that enriches her class and school environment. I've noticed that her role as a 5th grade team leader underscores her leadership skills and positive influence within the class. Her recognition as a Banneker Elementary School Student of the Month in March was a testament to her kind, determined, and outgoing nature, which makes her an exceptional candidate for April Student of the Month for the district. Valeria said being Student of the Month means a lot to her. This is her 2nd time being Student of the Month at her school, but her 1st time for the district. And her advice for other students is to keep doing your best every day and get better. Sounds like our motto for the year, better every day. Our middle school Student of the Month, coming from Gloria Willis Middle School, is Alexander Ponce Cordova. Alex is a 6th grade student and is being nominated by teacher Tricia Concepcion under the pillar of Outstanding Academics. She said, "I would like to nominate Alex, recognizing his exceptional qualities and contributions to our school community. He consistently stands out as a model student due to his unwavering commitment to academic excellence. He approaches his studies with unparalleled diligence and dedication, consistently strives for mastery and excellence in all subjects. Beyond academics, his positive demeanor and friendly nature create a welcoming environment in our classroom. He uplifts his peers with encouragement and kindness, fostering camaraderie and support among classmates. He actively engages in all class discussions and group activities, showcasing strong leadership and teamwork skills. He helps his peers and supports classmates, which embodies the values of collaboration and mutual success. Overall, Alex embodies the qualities of an outstanding student and role model. His dedication to academic excellence, positive attitude, and commitment to supporting others make him an exceptional candidate for the Student of the Month Award with the Board of Education." I asked Alex what he liked about Gloria Willis. He said that his teachers make learning fun and are always willing to help. When he goes to high school, he wants to go be a Sumner Sabre. And when he's not in school, he likes to draw anime, and his favorite anime is Avatar.
Oh, yeah.
Congratulations, Alex. And our high school Student of the Month who was not able to be with us today comes from F.L. Schlegel, Alexa Franco Garola. Alexa is a 12th grade student at F.L. Schlegel and is being nominated by teacher David Harrington. He says, "I nominate Alexa for Student of the Month, recognizing her exceptional achievements and exemplary representation of our Diploma Plus program. Alexa epitomizes the goals of our Diploma Plus by excelling in technical education and professional development. During the fall semester, she obtained her Certified Nursing Assistant certification from KCKPS with outstanding academic performance and attendance. Alexa demonstrated maturity and professionalism while applying her skills to real patients in the community, showcasing her dedication and readiness for a career in healthcare. In the spring semester, Alexa's participation in the dental assistant internship with Vibrant Health further underscored her initiative and excellence. She was selected as one of the 2 pilot students for this prestigious program. Alexa surpassed expectations and received a job offer upon completion of her diploma in May. Her commitment to pursuing higher education concurrently at Concordia University to become a dental hygienist exemplifies ambition and determination. Despite her rigorous schedule and demanding qualities, Alexa maintains exceptional academic performance, embodies the qualities of a dedicated and focused student, which has helped her to earn 27.5 credits, graduating on track with 2 industry-recognized certifications and valuable career experience reflecting the transformative impact of our Diploma Plus program. Her success is a testament to the vision of our educational approach in USD 500, and she embodies the growth and self-sufficiency we aspire to see in all of our students, equipping them with practical tools for lifelong success. Congratulations.
Thank you, Dr. Wilson and Dr. Sutherland, and congratulations to all of our scholars, to our staff, and to your families. We're going to take a quick 1-minute recess so that we can take some photos with all of our scholars. So we'll take a quick recess and we will be back with you. Thank you. you for giving us a quick moment. Again, congratulations to all of our scholars, to their teachers and principals, all the staff, and of course to your families. What a great way to continue our board meeting as we celebrate all the successes for our scholars. Next on our agenda board, we will move to agenda item number 3, and we are at our community comment section of our agenda. Just a reminder, as you step up to the podium, make sure you speak into the microphone so that we can capture and folks who are online can hear everything. Please state your name. You'll have 3 minutes to speak and to address the board. If there are any handouts, make sure you send those to Ms. Smith, and she will make sure that all the board and staff receive those who need to receive those. You will have 3 minutes to address the board. Anyone is welcome to sign up for community comment. Just please make sure you sign up with Ms. Leslie Smith at least Monday noon, the day before the board meeting, to give comment. So first up, I would ask Ms. Teresa Ryan to come to the podium.
Good evening, Board of Education. My name is Teresa Ryan, and I am the high school lead nurse as well as the lead for 4 elementary buildings here in KCKPS. Elizabeth Morris is helping me out a little bit with some visuals. I have given you 2 handouts this evening. The first document is a minimalized, very minimalized organizational chart explaining our health services leadership team. The second document is an extensive list of lead nurse duty responsibilities. I have also provided you tonight with 2 copies each of the health services resource guide and the substitute nurse manual. They are these white binders. These 2 publications were a 3-year effort from 2020 to 2023, utilizing the school nursing text listed below on this comment that I've given you a copy of. I am providing you this information because I feel it is important that you understand where health services has been and where we are now. I began my journey with the district in 2010. Our leadership team consisted of 1 person at central office, and the position was titled nursing supervisor. 1 person, 47 buildings. This is the resource of all district nurses, the black one, please. This is the resource that we used back then. This is the resource that we had. Between the school years 2017 until February 2020, there was no leadership for nurses other than being under the umbrella of the SPED director and the 4 lead nurse positions created for elementary, middle, and high schools. The brave nurses who started out in those new positions navigated new waters and did what they could to advocate for the department. I came on as a lead in 2019. In February 2020, Elizabeth Morris was hired as the health services coordinator. It's just a coincidence that she's helping me. It was an exciting time, and the possibilities were endless for a month. And then a little thing called COVID came along. And I will never forget or undervalue what Elizabeth Morris did to lead our department during that time. If you all remember this, you'll understand it was kind of a nightmare. Elizabeth will not tell you this herself, but I will share with you that she lost her mother in October of 2020. I put in here that I thought she might have missed less than 1 or 2 days. She didn't miss a day. She never stopped supporting this district during COVID. Then came Tiffany Lewis in a new position as Health Services Director in October of 2021. I don't have enough time to tell you about her leadership. I'm going to summarize it by stating my own truth. It has been life-changing, both personally and professionally. In addition to the lead nurses, you will also see on the chart, Tia Grigler of compliance is back there, Tiffany Huggins of staffing. We also have Katrina Pena with administrative assistant. Again, what these team members bring to the department cannot be stated in this short a time. They are invaluable. To summarize my comment tonight, I ask you to see where we are, the stack, along with those 2 white binders there. This is where we are. This is where we were, all right? I ask you to please continue to advocate for our department. I know you hear us because I get to talk to you all on different occasions. We appreciate your effort this far, and we look forward to crossing the finish line this year with you as our partners. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ryan. And Board, I know Ms. Ryan has left some copies of the notebooks with Ms. Smith, so if you want to look at those, Ms. Smith does have those available, and she can make sure that if you want to access those, you can. Next, I would invite up Ms. Bethany Heinz to the podium.
Good evening, Board. My name is Bethany Heinz. I have been a speech-language pathologist in the KCK schools for 4 years. I want to begin that saying I have watched as my colleagues have stood where I stand, said the things I'm about to say, and resigned due to the lack of accountability and change. I am not naive enough to believe that my words tonight will make a difference, but I will speak the truth for myself, my students, and my colleagues, and I can only hope you listen. A little bit more about me. In the KCK area, I am one of 7 ASHA-registered Spanish-speaking speech-language pathologists, making up less than 5% of SLPs in the state of Kansas. I chose KCK because my passion is to provide bilingual speech therapy services to students in their neighborhood schools. Currently, KCK is one of the only school districts in our area with the ability to offer speech services in Spanish. I do not say this to tout my own importance, but to demonstrate that as I, too, prepare to tender my resignation, KCK is continuing to lose highly qualified, passionate people due to the failures of SPED leadership. During my time in KCK, I have tried to speak out when I see inequalities, injustices, and illegal practices. I have been told to stop being negative. I have been questioned as to why I am concerning myself with these issues. After 4 short years, the moral injury I have experienced has left me so burnt out that I no longer enjoy what was once my dream job. I have shed tears over evaluations, IEPs, and services that do not align with our Kansas State special education processes of free and appropriate public education or my professional and moral standards of practice. I have had to contact my professional licensing agency to ensure the things I'm being asked by KCK leadership to do will not get my license revoked. I know I'm not the only one. My colleagues are some of the most passionate, talented, and resilient people I know. Unfortunately, I have watched each year as our leadership drives more and more of them out. Across the district, many of our students are not receiving the services written in their IEPs because KCK cannot retain its special education staff. Our staff is leaving, and due to its reputation, our SPED department is not able to draw in new candidates. We are not provided adequate training. When we seek help, leadership is consistently non-responsive, unhelpful, or worse, misinformed. Yet our email inboxes are filled with tasks we must complete, followed by the threat of disciplinary action if we do not. Leadership is rarely seen in our buildings, nonetheless our classrooms, yet they hold the final say for educational decisions about students they've never met. SPED classrooms are being closed. Least restrictive environment decisions are being made without the input of the staff who see these students daily. Student and parental rights are being violated, and we are instructed to ignore it. My colleagues and I have tried to speak out for change. Reports have been filed both internally and with the state, but the issues continue to be swept under the rug, and the fear of retaliation has made even my most passionate colleagues silence their voices. So tonight, I stand here speaking up for those who can't. I hope I am the last person who has to stand before this board and give this speech. I hope for a better KCK that I can one day return to. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Heinz. Thank you for sharing, Ms. Heinz. And as we do at every board meeting, a staff member will follow up, will offer to follow up with anyone who gives community comment in case there are questions that we can answer, and information will be brought back to the board based on those conversations. Next on our agenda, board, is agenda item number 4 is our consent agenda. Is there a motion to approve tonight's consent agenda?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there any questions or discussion on the consent items? Seeing and hearing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Wanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew.
Yes. Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell. Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, Board. Next agenda item, item number 5, is we will hear, or we have our quarterly report from Turner from Ms. Carol Levers. Be online.
There she is.
Evening, Board. It's just the quarterly report that needs to be filed with the board. It's the agreement that we have with the Turner Library.
Thank you, Ms. Levers. Is there a motion to accept the item for the Turner quarterly report submitted by Ms. Levers?
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? Seeing and hearing none, Ms. Smith.
Yolanda Clark.
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew.
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page.
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell.
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries. Next agenda item, item 6, Board. We will hear, we have our special education status review, Dr. Stubblefield.
Thank you, Board. Last fall, you approved for us to enter into a contract with the University of Kansas, and Mr. Brad Newweiser will be coming forward to just give you a high-level overview about the report and next steps. You have a copy of the report attached in executive content. The report will be made public by the end of the week. Thank you.
Good evening, members of the board.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, my name is Brad Newenswender. I'll just go by Brad. That makes it a lot easier. And I am the director for the Center for Evaluation and Educational Leadership at KU. Now, I just want to give you a little context behind the report that you received. In '22, this board approved for the University of Kansas to come and do an environmental scan, and that was of the whole district. Fast forward, we are 3 years later, and Dr. Stubblefield had reached out to see if we would come back and do a status review of just the special education department, which was one component of that environmental scan. There were 3 key objectives that the district wanted answered. All of this is in the report, but I just kind of want to give you some context when you get into it, how it's kind of laid out. The first area was to review the personnel structure of the special education department. That in and of itself is very challenging because, as you're aware, there aren't very many KCK public schools in the state of Kansas. So what we had to look at is comparison of other, we pulled co-ops, interlocals to get to your size, and kind of gave a little relative look at what that was like. But still, it's not comparing apples to apples. So then we selected 20 school districts across the nation of similar size and demographics. And this isn't to say it is or it isn't, but at least a little comparison, personnel structure, not only personnel, but student structure. So that'll be in the report of trying to give you something just to gauge personnel structure. So that was the first area. The second area was to determine the perception of trust and communication within the special education department. And the third area was to identify barriers to achieving goals. We added, as we got into that, not only did we not want to look at barriers, but we wanted to ask, okay, then what would be recommendations or solutions that the district can consider? So that's also included in that. In order to do that, we conducted 12 in-person focus groups here in the district. They range from paras to teachers from early childhood all the way to high school, to administrators, to related service, parents. So it was a whole group, 12 different groups, very well attended. So we had a pretty good voice from the in-person focus groups. We also interviewed key staff from the state's Technical Assistant Systems Network that provides technical assistance to your district, looking at compliance, where you've been over the last, where you were, where you've been, so that's included in that. You'll see in the report there's really 7 main sections. There's the historical overview that puts some context from that first environmental scan to where we are now. I walked you through what the whole evaluation process was. We had a summary of all the key findings, so from all the in-person focus groups to what the data showed and revealed, we summarize all of that. And then we come up with a set of recommendations that we believe that the district ought to consider moving forward, and that was in 4 main areas. And there was several components underneath each one of those areas. Following that, we share all the key findings from what the data reports looked, and then at the end you will see every focus group a summary of what each individual focus group had to share. That way their voice is captured, and we just pulled in the key bullet points from each one of those groups. It was from those and the data that we then summarized it, and that's earlier up in the report. So we are started this process last December. It's taken 5 months. I'm going to miss being here, honestly. I've also done some other work here with mentoring for your staff. We do this work for school districts all over the state, and I will say that the passion and commitment of your staff rivals every other school district in the state, so you have a lot to be proud of here. So with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions about the report itself, but I want to thank you for allowing us to be a part of it.
Thank you, Brad. And before I open up to the board for any questions, Dr. Stubblefield, was there anything else that you wanted to highlight from the report? Or if not, we'll go ahead and open up the floor.
No, you can open.
Okay. Any questions for Brad from the board, or any comments or questions?
Mr. Lopez?
Yes, Ms. Russell.
Thank you, and thank you, Brad, for Mr. Newswander, for your work that you've done. So you mentioned the 2021 report, and I guess you also heard the public comment tonight. As far as morale and the staff and the trust concerns, would you say that you, based on what you heard now, is any different than what you heard in 2021, or what you reviewed based on the findings and the information? Did you see progress there, or are we still in the same place?
So I was not part of the original 2022 environmental scan. It was actually that environmental scan in KCK that led to KU starting this new center because, they wanted something more formalized. So I've been in this for 2 years. I have read that report. I believe that the essential question number 2 in this report, to circle back on trust and communication 3 years later, was because that was also included in the first one. And I would say that there's a lot of work left. There's details into the report that can give you more than what I can share from 12 different focus groups right now. But I still think that communication trust is one of your highest priorities to continue to look at.
Thank you. And as you mentioned, our staff and our SPED department bring a lot of passion and a lot of hard work and energy. I have said it before and I will continue to say it. My concern is we continue to struggle as a district in this area. I am saddened that 3 years ago we were told the same thing, and here we are today, still in the same situation. I really, really, really want us to figure out as a board and as a leadership, district leadership, what are we going to do? We cannot continue down this path. I briefly looked through the report. I look forward to seeing it in detail, but I continually am concerned by the number of folks that come to us asking for help, but also we would now have two reports that have essentially said the same thing over and over and over again. And while compliance and all of those things continue to be, or they are shared that they are in the right direction, morale and retention is one of our biggest concerns in this department. And so I don't know that I have a question. I more or less am continually frustrated by the lack of change in the department and how we have to continue to outsource our services because we cannot keep staff. But lastly, I guess my final question is when you say the report will be published at the end of the week, we are not omitting any parts of the report. Is that my understanding?
That is correct. I was given Dr. Laurie and her team an opportunity to review it before it went to the general public as they strategize around the recommendations within the report. What you see today, it'll just be live for everyone, similar to the last audit that occurred from the University of Kansas.
So we just, I just want to clarify, we just got this like in the last 3 days? When did we actually receive this?
We received it last week when it was uploaded to the board agenda. Dr. Laurie received it last week, and she's had an opportunity to review it, but gathering her staff, there needed just to be some time. So that was why there it is. We just received it last week.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. Additional questions, comments from board members? I would just say, and if you haven't had the time to review it, please do so. As always, there is always opportunity to continue to ask questions as you're reviewing the document. I know it's a little lengthy, but good information in there for us to review and to continue conversation about how we work to support our students who need these resources, always making the best decisions that we can, keeping our students at the center of those decisions. So please review. If you have any questions, submit those to Dr. Stubblefield. We'll make sure that we get those. And then Ms. Russell, I think, to your question of like what's next, I think as board members, as we are able to review this, continuing that conversation with leadership and our team about how we continue to support our department, our staff, and ultimately our students and families who need these services. So make sure that you are reviewing this report. We do have, when is the next SPED quarterly meeting? Do we know when that date is? I know we have, which is made up of leadership and staff and
They had one a few weeks ago. Is there another one this year, Dr. Laurie?
not this school year. Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Lopez, I guess circling back, one other question I have is around, there are no focus groups that in either of the reports that had parent involvement. I also have concern. I get a different story from parents than what I get from our leadership. And so how are we, with regard to both the intake process, but also when you're getting services and the updates, I believe that our community needs to be a part of this continued trust building. And so and it's not a question that has to be answered today, but how do we plan to engage parents? Because as a board member, what I hate to hear is that I get told one thing here and told another when I'm in the buildings with parents or in the community. And I think there's a gap somewhere. So someone, and I'm not saying someone's lying, but I'm saying somewhere there is something happening, and I don't know how we address that if we're not looking at that intentionally either. So
just to be clear, there was a focus group of parents, and on the SPED advisory group, that group also includes parents. Both of those entities include parents. Mr. Newswander could speak.
But I'm not talking about the parents who have been, the parents who are engaged in the advisory group. I'm talking about parents who have the reality of every day going into our buildings and saying, my kids' needs are not getting met. I have this IEP. I heard that come through in the woman who was talking today, but I've also heard those personal experiences as well from parents. And then when you say something, everyone catches an attitude or they're frustrated, but rightfully so, as they should be. And so that is more the parent group that I'm looking for, not this organized group of individuals who are listening to whatever's going on.
Yeah, so Ms. Russell, I just want to be clear, the parents that I recommended to the group were parents who had filed complaints at different levels. So those were the parents, and Mr. Newswinder could speak to that. Those were the parents that we referred for the focus group. Any parent that I had received a complaint, question, or concern from within the last year, those are the names that I forwarded to the University of Kansas, and those were the ones who were invited. So that, I was just saying, within the focus groups, it was not necessarily just the parents from the advisory group. I specifically sent names of those who I knew of that had questions, concerns, and/or complaints.
Additional questions or comments?
Mr. Lopez.
Yes, Ms. Page.
Reading this is mind-boggling, because like you said, we keep coming to the same thing. Somehow, we got to find a happy medium. We got to figure out what kind of forum can we set up.
Ms. Page, your microphone.
And everybody come to the table, sit down and try to work it out. It's not going to be my way all the way, and it may not be your way all the way, but if we're really here for the kids, then let's make it work for the kids and set up some kind of forum we can make it work. I think we're smart enough to do that. We just have to do it, because we don't want to keep losing people. We want to make sure we honor the IEPs. We do the things we need to do, because we keep going around the same bush. And then there's some other historical things that this whole process got real messy, but it's what we have. So we got to clean up our own mess. And it's not some of the people who were here now, some things in the past still continue to beat us that we got to clean up. And I hope that we'll do it. We got the information, so where do we go from here? Chaos or community? Do we work it out, or we just keep fighting each other? And there has to be a compromise. But we're here for the kids.
Yeah, thank you, Ms. Page. And I would agree, I'd echo you, and that's why I think it's important. There are some concrete examples and information and kind of next suggested recommendations based on the report. So I think it's incumbent on us as the board and to make sure that we are reviewing and seeing how we can support leadership and administration in our departments and students and families at the end of it to make sure that we're doing best by them. So thank you for those comments, Ms. Page. Additional thoughts, questions for Brad while we have him here? I don't want to butcher your name, so I'm calling you Brad. I hope that's okay.
I always want to be the shortest graduation speech, so I'm okay to be done.
All right, if there are no other questions, there are motions.
Is it possible, maybe we need to hire somebody to be the mediator? That every side or somebody, I'm quite sure you made some suggestions. You did, but we need more detail, more meat things, so we can sit everybody down and work it out.
So one of the things from that, although the audit occurred this past fall, the in-between year, last school year, we did continue to work with the University of Kansas, specifically Dr. Robinson and Dr. Susan Robinson and Dr. Laurie. And, you know, that's where the SPED advisory group was birthed from. That's where the SPED huddle and some other things that were put into place. They are still willing to do that. So once, if you look at one of the recommendation, it was, you know, to create a vision for SPED with all of the stakeholders so we can explore what that looks like either with the University of Kansas as a partner since they've been here from the beginning, and or if they have somebody else to recommend to help us navigate through that. So that is a part of the recommendations and a part of the next steps as we move forward.
There are no other questions. Is there a motion to accept the report as an informational item tonight?
Randy, I would move that we don't accept it tonight. I mean, the story given is that we just got it. I don't believe that the entire board has been able to read it at this point. So I don't think we should accept it tonight as we do in our typical process. We see it once and then it comes back to us again, so.
I think that's for policies. Greg.
I think a vote to accept it is just to acknowledge that the board has received the report, you're not approving it, you're not adopting it, you're just acknowledging receipt of the report from KU is all you're doing.
It's not just for policies because we do the same thing in the board update. So yes, I digress, but yes.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second to accept the report as an informational item. Is there further discussion or questions?
And to make sure that we follow up on it and don't let it drop, because we got people coming saying they're quitting, there's too much confusion, and at some point, you do want it to stop.
Absolutely.
We need to make sure we follow up with whatever we say we're going to do.
Yeah, and I think that absolutely, Ms. Page, that's part of the conversation tonight about how we use this information next and how we continue the conversation as you suggested as well, Ms. Russell.
Mr. President.
Yes, Mr. Milan.
Is Dr. Stubblefield brought up a question. Is the advisory team in process now, or how is that manufacturing itself right now?
The advisory team is established. They will all have access to this report, and that will be the initial group of stakeholders. I personally have met with KNEA President Dom DeRosa and some representatives, and we have a follow-up meeting. Dr. Laurie is aware of some things that they share, and that was shared with her team. So we are making progress to address the specific concerns that we've just initially received the information in that format. So the SPED department is scheduled to give an update in June. So that is an opportunity while they're giving an update around the typical things that we have to report to the state, that they will be able to, at that time, if not before then, via written, to share what their next steps are.
And Mr. Milan, the advisory committee is made up of Dr. Laurie, some members of her team, other staff, and some parents, and then I believe Ms. Drew is also a member of that committee. Although it's open if other board members would like to sit in, as long as there aren't 4 of us in there. And then Ms. Drew was asked to be part of that committee, but we can always add additional board members, and I think that was done at the reorg meeting in July, so we can always revisit that if the board wanted to revisit. But that's, I believe, who is made up, or who makes up that committee.
All right. Thank you for that clarification.
Absolutely.
That's for me, to know.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
Dr.
One
Wynn.
more.
Oh, Dr. Wynn, then Ms. Russell.
I just wanted clarification from like Ms. Russell or Ms. Brownlee Page. Is there an expectation that the board would seek some further information before June?
I think we should. I think it's critical enough that we do need to do something We don't want people to think it's just falling on deaf ears. And it's been a constant struggle. So we need to have some kind of forum, sit down and try to work it out. Whatever we have now, try to work through that, or do we need to bring somebody in to facilitate, do something?
Well, I think you need to be more specific than that. I mean, from our retreat, it's like you must make a motion that says something date certain, or it has the possibility of lingering, in my opinion. So,
Well, I would like to make a motion that we put together some sort of forum or discussion by the middle of June. I don't know if I can do it like that, but at least by June, let's put something together.
then you're not,
So,
No, it's not
being
clear.
any
Okay,
more proactive than
got you.
what
So-
Dr. Stubblefield's already said.
before we make a motion, I do just, there is a motion on the table, on the floor right now, so I don't want to confuse the motions. But I hear what the question is, Dr. Nguyen and Ms. Page, so I just want to get clarification from Greg. Can we go ahead and maybe vote on
I
the,
think, go ahead and move, you can take the vote,
the item,
accept the
current.
report, but then if Ms. Page has an additional motion.
then we can do that? Okay.
Okay.
Can I clarify before the motion? Can you tell us the actual function of this advisory committee? What is its purpose and what is its function as it currently stands?
Dr. Laurie, will you come and share?
Good evening, Board.
Good evening.
Our primary functions of our Special Education Advisory Group involves ways to increase parent participation and involvement, to empower our parents around special education practices and procedures and laws in the state of Kansas. The other function is to increase and improve the morale of the special education department staff through devising programs or anything that's going to deal with appreciating the special education staff, empowering them. And then our third essential function was around reviewing of special education structures and organizational structures that involve some policies and practices and procedures. Those were the three areas that the advisory group worked within, and that's the essential functions of the advisory board with all the stakeholders that Dr. Stubblefield shared.
And how many times did you all meet this year?
We meet every quarter. Our last meeting was on April 11th.
So you met 3 times in the school year thus far?
It should be 4 quarters, so that would be 4 meetings.
And are there minutes to these meetings?
There are no official minutes being made, but we do have folks that have been taking notes during those times. And there is a presentation style at the advisory meetings that can also be shared as what we discuss and what the share outs are.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Additional questions on the motion that is on the floor to accept the report as an informational item? Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes?
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And then I'll give a comment, and then Ms. Drew, I could offer up, I know we have our board retreat coming up in a week on the 30th, and currently on the agenda is our board self-evaluation, superintendent goal setting, the World Cafe, the Student Cafe. We could carve out 10 minutes that would give the board more time to think about what those next steps might be. If you don't have that exactly tonight, Ms. Page or whoever, we could bring this back up for on the agenda on the retreat on the 30th. Just wanted to offer that as a potential.
We also left something else off of the agenda for the 30th.
The purchasing policies, yes, yes, thank you. I just wanted to offer that up in case there was nothing tonight, if you still weren't sure of what that would look like, Ms. Page. I know you were trying to think of something to share, but just wanted to offer that up. I'll go to Ms. Drew, and then Ms. Russell, I heard you as well.
Okay, first of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Brad for bringing the information. And what I would suggest is that we take the time to look at this information that he has presented, and then because of the fact that Dr. Laurie is scheduled to bring a presentation in June, that we hear that first, and then afterwards set up a time in which we can meet to look at the things that are necessary for us to try to improve in the area, if there are any of those. And I do believe we can work collectively together, but let's hear her presentation first, after we read the information, and then that way we can be able to balance the differences as far as what we need to work on and how we can move forward. Again, it's just a suggestion.
Thank you, Ms. True. Ms. Russell?
I would like to make a motion that the board receive an update, or I would like to make a motion that we are provided a plan of action for the SPED department as a result of this report, no later than June 30th, to be implemented in the upcoming school year. In addition, I would like for the board to receive a report based on the 3 outlined goals of the advisory board, what the outcomes of that board were. So that is my motion.
Okay, so there's a motion, and Ms. Russell, make sure I captured it. There's a motion for the board to receive a plan of action for the SPED department based on information from this report and other, no later than June 30th, and how it will be implemented, how that plan of action would be implemented in the upcoming school year, academic year. Additionally, to receive information on the 3 outlined goals of the advisory committee and the outcomes of the said goals. Did I capture that correctly?
Apologies, yes.
Okay, thank you. So there's a motion on the floor. Is there a second?
Yes.
There's a second. Further discussion or questions? Yes, Dr. Nguyen.
Is there a due date for the outlined goals of the advisory board? June 30th was the action plan. Is there a date to receive the info on the goals of the advisory board?
So the advisory board has met. It will be a matter of pulling the stuff together to let you know what that is. I'm sure Dr. Laurie can give it to you by June 30th, because and as far as what the next steps are, but they're done for the year, because, school will be out in about 3 weeks. So she can provide an update regarding what they did this year, and then based off of the plan, the next steps, because the report outlines, like, this is what needs to occur, and based off of that, in collaboration with the individuals that we've already been engaging with to talk about what does that look like and who are the right stakeholders, we can have that by June 30th. So June 30th for both, by June 30th, she may have it during the SPED report at the first board meeting in June. I'm not saying that she will, but we should be able to get that to you.
Ms. Russell, I think you were about to say something.
Dr. Stubblefield said what I was going to say.
Okay, thank you. So to be clear, on or before June 30th. Additional questions or discussion?
So Ms. Page made the initial.
Ms. Russell made the.
Ms. Russell made it.
Well,
And Ms. Page seconded.
Well, Ms. Page made the initial.
That dropped. That dropped to the floor.
Yeah.
It was a new motion.
Okay, thank you.
But we want to get it right. Thanks for asking. Additional questions or discussion? Ms. Clark?
I'll just be honest, I appreciate and I think that the work definitely needs to be done. I just want to make sure we do it in the right way, and I feel like I don't know that this is the right way. So I'm going to support the motion. I just want to make sure that in supporting the motion, because again, the work needs to be done. So a report comes back. What's the expectation from the board at that point? Is it, well, what do we do about this and what do we do about that? Like, what is the board looking for when someone comes back to us in June and they have talked about the action plan.
Well, I
As the
don't,
maker of the motion, I can say that my expectation is the ability to be transparent in what we are actually doing to move the needle in these outlined areas. So we have implemented huddles, we have implemented advisory groups. However, as I mentioned earlier, my concern continues to be that we're still getting the same feedback. So that clearly, or I guess I shouldn't say that clearly, but one interpretation is that that is not the thing that we need to be focused on. We heard it said tonight that trust and collaboration building is one of the biggest things, and that needs to be worked on. So how do we intend to do that? Because in the last year, 2 years, we've implemented some of these strategies that we thought would work, but I'm not hearing that we've moved the needle. I'll pay attention to the climate surveys that'll come out, but I'm hoping amongst all of these things that we then as board members, and we continue to hear these things, that we can be transparent, that this is the implementation plan that has been outlined to address each of these different, I think there are 6 areas. And so I guess all that to say, that is my expectation, is that when we are providing an implementation plan, that we are doing those things and we're able to be transparent in the process to say, hey, they said they were going to do this. This isn't happening. Or they said they're doing this and it's working out well. So that's kind of my thought process with it.
Yeah, and I appreciate that. I want to make sure that the board is in alignment. So I appreciate your thought process there and what you made the motion on, but I want to make sure the board is in alignment with what comes back to us. So I'll go back to even Ms. Page.
well, I think it's a start. You got to start somewhere, and we got to have a conversation, and we can't keep doing the same thing. That's pure insanity. So if we can have a discussion, I'm not expecting her to come back in here and have everything resolved. That would be unrealistic. It's a conversation, it's a start. We all need to talk to each other. What is the problem? We got to compromise. We know what the state, the feds mandate. There's no fudging on that. We got to try to do that and make it work, but we got to I'm just saying it's a start. They can come back and say, these were the things they suggested. This is what we're going to start. We put this in. We're trying this, and we're going to see how it works. And we're all working together. That's the start. I'm not expecting them to resolve the problem in 1 month because it took us too long to get here.
And so I can support the collaborative approach of it. And that's what I wanted to make sure of, that as my yes means collaboration and that we don't expect for something to happen overnight. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mylan.
Mr. President, now, from what I've heard here in the last 20 minutes or so, we have to be careful, in my opinion, that we are not advisory committee for the advisory committee. You know, you can form too many committees to look over another committee, and you can get another committee to look over the advisory committee to prove that as a board. Because this is me talking, if you look at the explanation, the main objectives of this status review were to assess the personal structure of the special education department, gauge trust. Are we trusting our advisory committee? Number 1. Communication perceptions, we've been talking about that within the department, and identify barriers. I think Ms. Russell's talking about that, hindering goal and achievement. We're all talking about this now. The project commence, and it says where it commenced. So I just want us to be careful as a board that that we trust the advisory committee and what they bring to us and the leadership of the SPED, that they're doing the right thing. So we can follow up and follow up and follow up. You can just keep following up and nothing's accomplished. To make sure we accept this report, go from here, and make sure that we got things in place. I think this is something Ms. Page is saying. I'm just...
Okay, but the only difference is there is a problem. Now, come on, we got to be honest. There's a problem. I'm not blaming the SPED department. I'm not blaming the teachers, but we got a problem. And for us to sit here and pretend that there isn't a problem, there is a problem. So how do we resolve the problem? And the hope is, we say build trust, and it may seem like it's too much oversight. You got another committee. If that's what it takes to get people to come to the table and talk, Let's sit down and talk.
Okay.
Now, I know that might seem strange coming from me.
Well,
I
Ms.
like to debate with the best of them.
Ms. Page, is the problem or is there some issues that need to be resolved within?
There's some problems.
Okay.
There's some historical problems. It's some stuff way back.
Okay.
Now, you don't know the
can't go
history
way
of
back.
that.
Yeah,
and
I
that's
can't go
all
way
I'm
back.
saying. So can we sit down, at least hear people out?
Okay.
Try to work through it. There's three basic things, but I keep saying, everybody that comes to the table, you got to work together. It's not my way. It's not your way. What's right for these kids?
Right.
If we really say we're here for the kids.
So I will just add, and then maybe you all can vote on the motion. If you look at the recommendations, that's what it outlines. That is what the next steps were naturally. The SPED Advisory Committee is not like handpicked teachers or handpicked people from any side. It was a collaborative effort with our KNEA and that staff. And so leveraging that to look at these challenges and then to talk amongst that group about what other stakeholders are missing, it's probably the most natural course to do that. And as they're meeting quarterly, or if they decide to meet more often, we can provide either timely written updates or live reports. But I think having this information was the first step to make sure that we were hearing all perspectives. It was from an unbiased source, so we can address those specific things. So I think what you're saying is what was the purpose of the audit, and then when you look at the next steps, the plan was to follow those I think it's 4 recommendations that are listed in that. We were only just giving those impacted by it an opportunity to read it first, and then providing it to everyone else. It may be available to everyone else tomorrow afternoon, Thursday. I was just saying by the end of the week at the latest.
Good discussion, board. Yes, Ms. Russell.
I was just going to say, I hear you, Dr. Stubblefield, but what did we do? So when I think about the implementation pieces, so when we did the entire environmental scan, there were 6 recommendations specifically for SPED. So what did we do with those? And so that's where I think I keep trying to get on this, like, not a book on the shelf, because when I'm opening both of these documents, they're similarly saying the same thing in different language based on the author of the writing. And so that's where I'm saying I want to see us not just read these recommendations as recommendations, but what are we tangibly going to do? Because what I do not want to come back is just what I'm reading now is the recommendations. What are the day-to-day implementations that we will see in our SPED department that are not just words on a document? Because before, like, where are we with, it said, look at that environmental scan says, look at the co-op model, and is this what we should be doing? Like, so we keep getting all these recommendations, but what are we doing with the actual information? And to Ms. Page's point, I'm not saying everything at once, but I'm also just saying, what can I tangibly see from these recommendations? So, thank you.
And I just want to, if we've provided updates, we have explored the co-op model. That is a long process and that have streamlined, and there have been updates. Like, there have been things within the recommendations that we have given updates on within the end of the week. But as you said, none of these things will happen overnight. So I hear what everybody is saying. We'll just keep providing the updates and engaging the appropriate stakeholders.
So there's a motion and a second on the floor. Good discussion, board. We're going to go ahead and, there are no other comments, questions. Ms. Smith, would you please go ahead and call the vote? And again, as a reminder, this is by June 30th, the plan of action implementation and the goals and outcomes from the advisory committee. Smith.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, no.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Robert Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, board. Next on our agenda, item B, it's recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education accept the bid from Verizon Wireless for provision of cellular telephone services submitted by Mr. Correll and recommended by Dr. Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Any discussion or questions? Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, no.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion carries. Next agenda item, item C. It's recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approves the MOU for partnership with Baxter Auto Tech Program as submitted by Dr. Wright, recommended by Dr. Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? Seeing none, Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next, it is recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the Cook Center contract as submitted by Dr. Megan Cook and recommended by Dr. Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion? Seeing, hearing none, Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Mylan Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Grace, thank you. Next item, it's recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the proposal for the adoption of the Curriculum Associates iReady Classroom 2024 Mathematics Series as the primary instructional resource for our elementary schools. Additionally, the acquisition of hand-to-mind mathematics manipulative kits is proposed to support the mathematical instructional framework of the iReady Classroom 2024 Mathematics Series as submitted by Joshua Snyder and recommended by Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Are there questions or discussion on this item? Yes, Dr. Nguyen.
Is this consistent with the needs assessment and discussion of the staff? Good evening.
Good evening. How are you?
Fine, thank you. How about yourself?
I'm doing well.
Good.
Yeah. So is this consistent with the needs assessment that was presented by the principals? Is that your
Right.
question from earlier? So this is part of our curriculum adoption process that happens every 6 years to determine if the curricular resources we are having are meeting the needs of our students. So this is following our adoption process. So it wasn't necessarily inside that needs assessment because it's part of our curriculum review that we do within our district for the resources we teach in the classrooms.
Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you.
Additional questions?
Mr. Lopez.
Yes, Ms. Russell.
I just wanted to say thank you for the follow-up items. I did just have one question as a circle back from our last conversation around usage. At what point does the district decide when usage numbers are not adequate to discontinue the purchase? Many of the Boost schools that you shared with us did not have very high usage numbers, and so there was concern brought. And as we continue the budget conversations around what our staff want versus what we're implementing across the district, is there a baseline for when we discontinue the purchase of things based on usage?
So that is for our ELA curriculum that you're asking about, which is separate from our math. The usage data sets around our tiered intervention times. So not all students are actively on that because they're receiving in-person interventions. It would be those students that are at grade level or above that are not working with teachers directly at that time. That's why you'll notice it says like maybe 97% of students are on there, but only 40% of kids are utilizing it. It's also the way in which students are accessing it because it's part of our MTSS framework. So that is why you'll notice that discrepancy between total number active in the usage data, that is one of the factors.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Dr. Nguyen.
So what is the total amount we're approving?
That was in the documents that I uploaded. I don't have that in front of me. If you scroll down to the slide that is maybe second to last, it'll show you what the total adoption cost is in it.
Is that 1.9 million? Budget for adoption of resource and professional learning, 3 to 6 years? Is this 2 million for the next 6 years?
I'm looking right now to make sure I
Okay, thank you.
1.9 million is what the total cost would be over the life of the adoption, yes. And you'll notice there
What you're
are,
paying this year, is it the 691,000, the total? Or is that?
198 or
so
192?
this year, we would be paying $889,969.07. That includes the purchase of the initial cost as well as the classroom mathematics kits. Those do include the professional development for the teachers to ensure they're successful in the initial implementation. Then when you look at the year 2 budget, you'll notice that it has the $480,000 for the consumables as well as the remaining professional development amount for the life of the adoption. So the reoccurring would be $480,000 for every year after that for the consumable workbooks that are utilized in the classroom.
Which then would, the reoccurring total, years 3 through 6 is 1.9 million, 2 million.
It's all of it together.
Okay.
The reoccurring total, yes, is 1.9, correct.
And each year, it will be brought back to you for you to approve, so you're approving the 889,000 tonight. That's showing you the future costs, and each year will be brought back to you, similar to other products, because you have to sign it, approve it annually, if it's updated annually.
So they're using it now? They're using it now?
We are not using it right now. We did the pilot in the fall. This would be starting next year that we would be utilizing it.
I apologize. I only am seeing the 193,000 for hand to mind. Is it at the bottom of a contract page that you're seeing the 1.9, Dr. Nguyen?
It's the second attachment, the last attachment, and the last page.
The slideshow, I believe it's a slideshow. It's titled BOE Elementary Math Resource Recommendation Slideshow. It's the fourth attachment on the memo.
Slide 20 is where you will find it on that presentation. Yes.
Ms. Page?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, what kind of parental support do you have in this program for parents? That it seems like you're working with a smaller group. We're going to use it. And what do we have to offer their parents to help them support their children?
Thank you. I'm going to hand this back over. There are family letters for each lesson that are available into 16 languages, providing information about upcoming lessons and activities for families to do at home. Family Center website is dedicated to families, available in English and Spanish, and resources are there to help teachers connect with families, available on the teacher support site. So there is a component of this that is intended to support families with the implementation for what they may work with their child at home.
Thank you.
Yes.
And what kind of success was that? Did we see I see the pilot process. Did we see the data?
Yes, so in the last board update, we provided data. So if you look at the fall diagnostic, it showed where our students were performing, and then we showed data that showed the mid-year diagnostics, so you're able to see where students started before the initial implementation of the pilot, and then where they were at the conclusion of that to show the success of the student data.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions? Seeing and hearing none, there is a motion, a second on the floor. Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Robert Marlin Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Great, thank you. The next item, board item F, recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve the open enrollment student capacity by building for the 2024-2025 school year, submitted by Dr. Estrella and recommended by Dr. Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion on this item?
So for clarity, if someone wanted, let's say they used to live here and they took their kids somewhere else and they're trying to come back, if there's no room, that person can't come back in there.
Correct. So the schools that have, and our capacity is based off staffing, so the schools that have space, there will be an application on the website that you can submit. You can say your preference. We could go back and say, there's no opening at your preference, but you can have a spot here. And as long as we have space in that grade level, we would have to legally offer them a space. We don't have to give them their preference.
And how soon would this process start?
The law requires it to be on the website by June 1st. The law requires you to approve it prior to May. And that gives staff the time and opportunity to build out the information that will be on the website. The lottery process, I believe, has to be done in July.
July.
Yeah,
Yeah, that's my question.
That's a tight window.
yeah.
And they,
What is the lottery process?
You only need a lottery if you have more student applications than you have spots. If that happens to us, we would take all the names and put them in an electronic lottery. Our technology department has that, and then it just would pop up a name like this person gets a spot at that particular school for that particular grade level. So we would divide it by schools and grade levels. We would not have to do a lottery as long as we had space in schools.
and they would have the option of which school they could go to. Say if Wyandotte wasn't room, they can have a choice to go to Slagle.
They do not have a choice. We place them where we have available spots. They can share their preference. If we can honor their preference, we would, but if we cannot, we will offer them the place where we have space. Once we run out of space, we would just say we have no more spots at that grade level. So we would communicate those individuals who have applied.
Additional questions, comments? Good clarification. Thank you, board. Seeing none, Ms. Smith, roll call, please.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez.
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Marlin Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, board. Next agenda item, board, it's recommended the Kansas City, Kansas Board of Education approve special education managed service provider, MOA, is submitted by Dr. Lori and recommended by Dr. Stubblefield.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Questions or discussion on this item? Seeing none. Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Marlin Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Rachel Russell, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Next item, board, we are on item 7. We'll actually take a quick 8-minute recess to give folks time to stretch before we get to the Welcome Center and Family Engagement Board update. So board will take a quick 8-minute recess and we'll be back for the report. Thank you. Okay, thank you, everybody. Thanks for giving us a quick recess. So we're going to pick right back up with our agenda. Item number 7, Board. Tonight we will hear from our Department of Welcome Center and Family Engagement. We'll get an update, and then we'll have time for questions, discussion afterwards. So with that, Dr. Estrella, good evening. Welcome.
Buenas tardes. Good evening, President
tardes.
Lopez, Vice President Drew, Superintendent Dr. Stubblefield, KCKPS board members. It's my pleasure to be before you this evening to give you a report on our work at the Welcome Center and Family Engagement. As the title of this presentation indicates, we approach this work from the belief and understanding backed by decades of research that family engagement can be a very powerful driver of student achievement. My name is Octavio Estrella, Dr. Octavio Estrella, and I'm very proud to be working side by side with this hardworking and dedicated team as a director. The work of the Welcome Center really advances our district strategic framework, specifically around Theme 3, to empower KCKPS families and community and student success. And many of the elements and core strategies that we employ in the Welcome Center come directly from within the objectives and strategic focus of Theme 3. In addition to the strategic framework, our work is driven by our mission as a department, and that is to serve as a catalyst across our system, across our school system, to promote the full, equal, and equitable partnership among families, schools, and the community to support student learning and well-being. This work is advanced by 3 core strategies: welcome all families, systemic and linked to learning, build and enhance educator capacity. I'm going to go one core strategy. This presentation is organized and structured around these core strategies. So the first one is around Goal 1, welcome all families. The Welcome Center is established, or has been established, as a family-centered family resource hub to support all families who come from the community in order to bring stronger connections and efficacy towards student success and well-being. Over the last school year, it's been quite evident that our work is, as we perform this function of being a resource center, that we're also helping families navigate the enrollment process. And those two things go hand in hand, especially when you consider some of the obstacles and challenges that many of our families face, even just to try to get their children in registered for school. And so we support families through that process. We are the first point of contact for families entering KCKPS. So our goal is really that families feel valued, they feel respected, in order to set that positive tone for their engagement with their home school. Our bilingual staff is attuned to the unique challenges and needs of families in KCKPS, and really sets a goal and strives to assist them with accessing the resources and services they need. That means reaching out beyond our department to engage other departments like the multilingual Education and Services Department, student support programs, McKinney-Vento, transportation, special education, just to name a few. But it also means reaching out into the community and engaging our partners, our organizations and agencies that provide these essential services to the community. So in addition to the direct services that we provide within the Welcome Center, we also work to coordinate events, workshops that really are designed to promote that advocacy, to promote that leadership amongst our families. And this work, we really don't do it on our own. We collaborate a lot with departments, with organizations outside of our school district to really support these events. For example, our summer registration resource fairs, hugely popular. We had a lot of families that came to get assistance with registration of children. And that was a collaboration between ourselves, the MES department, student support programs. I mean, everybody pitched in. So we're really proud of this work. I'm really proud of the collaboration that has grown out of this work, both within our district and across the system and in the community as well. Just to kind of share some information around our direct service impact, this year, our summer registration and resource fairs, we saw over 1,000 families come to our resource fairs to get that individualized assistance with registering for school. One of our biggest service areas is assisting families with navigating the residential requirement to enroll children in our school. So many of our families don't have a bill in their name, may not have a rental agreement or something that establishes that proof of address. And so this year we saw a significant increase, up to almost 1,000 that we processed through the Welcome Center. In addition, we also handle a lot of the permits that our families rely on, such as the permits for childcare, transfer permits, and then our non-resident employee permits. We saw close to 475 walk-ins since September 25th when we started to collect some of the intake data. And then we also processed summer applications, about a little over 1,200 this year. And just to give you a snapshot of some of the organizations, some of the departments and organizations within that the Welcome Center has worked with over this past school year, and continue to work with and have brought to the table to expand what the Welcome Center will be doing next year as we look at our planning for the next school year. At the same time that we're making an impact through the Welcome Center, through our direct service, our mission is to ultimately bring about systems change. Systems change in how we think about and implement family engagement and connect it to student achievement across the district. One significant milestone that I'll say was the drafting, this past year, the drafting of our family engagement policy, which the board approved just a couple of months ago. Now, the process of drafting that policy, we utilized information, stakeholder input that we got from our family engagement listening tour, the findings from that tour, as well as it was informed by established research-based frameworks like the PTA, National Standards for Family and School Partnerships, and the Dual Capacity Framework. One thing I'm particularly proud of our policy particular is how it centers the empowerment and leadership capacity of parents and caregivers in the work of that systems change. So since rolling out, or since approving the family engagement policy, we have started to engage stakeholders. We've had implementation dialogues with principals, with administrators, teachers, and our FACES. These deep conversations have yielded actionable insights for how our department will support the implementation of the policy moving forward. One particular insight that we took from that is the need to bring all this information, to harness all this information we've gotten from our stakeholders, the input, everything that we know from the field of family education, and put it into something that's tangible, that building administrators can pick up and adapt to their building, something that we're calling a family engagement roadmap that provides schools a clear path for building and sustaining partnerships, both family engagement and community partnerships. This is something, like I said, something tangible that leaders can pick up and adapt at the individual school communities. Another important learning and milestone that we did is we partnered this year with the Kansas Parent Information Resource Center. It's headed by Dr. Goff, Jane Groff, who is leading this statewide family engagement professional learning network. 13 of our schools, 13 of our FACES participated in this network. And through this work, developed what we call family-friendly walkthroughs. 13 of our schools participated in these walkthroughs. They utilized a protocol and a tool that was developed by KPERC and KSDE, organized around the PTA standards. And I believe there's also a link to that protocol in the presentation that was submitted. So this process provided, again, our FACES, our Family and Community Engagement Specialists, with the actionable data and information that they need as they think about their school-based action plans. But it also created open doors of communication. When you're inviting folks into your school, when you're inviting community and family into your school, to give us an honest assessment about how we're doing, how our culture and climate is with regards to how welcoming are we to families. And you're welcoming that input, it creates an opening, and it helps to start to build that trust. So our last goal, building and enhancing educator capacity. This year we have really leaned into, actually a result from our family engagement learning, listening, and how do we support our FACES. And we're starting with our FACES, and we have really leaned into providing a really robust family engagement, professional development, and building their capacity to work with their families in their schools and to build those partnerships. Just to remind you again about our FACES, you heard from some of them just a couple of weeks ago, and they really harness a lot of power, and their power lies really in their ability to bridge the gap between schools, home, and the community. They play a crucial role in building relationships with students and families, with understanding their needs, ensuring their needs are met through effective communication and collaboration with teachers, counselors, social workers, administrators, and then also reaching out to the community, to organizations to find those resources to address those needs. They really help to promote what I call this holistic approach to education that recognizes the importance of home and community in the student's learning and development. And these are just some of the ways in which we're supporting FACES. I won't go into too depth, but one of the things that we are really doing today is trying to align with our priorities across the district around our professional learning communities and working with our FACES to increase their knowledge and proficiency around professional learning communities so they can participate in those professional learning communities in their buildings. And so that's been a really impactful way that we're supporting their development. I included a link to our monthly department newsletter that goes out through the Administrator's Desk newsletter. And this is something that provides school buildings, administrators, staff with tangible best practices around family engagement. Last school year, board, I came before you and I shared some of the findings from our family engagement listening tour. And those findings came with recommendations. And I just wanted to highlight for you some of the recommendations that we've been able to make significant progress around this school year. We're starting to engage district leadership around, when we think about that family engagement policy, that policy and essentially codifies this framework across the district. We are increasing our professional learning communities for our FACES, and we're now starting to build out modules for our teachers and administrators. This year, we aligned the job description for FACES and parent liaisons and created more equity when it came to that position, right? And then we continue to collaborate with other departments, with the multilingual education and service department, to make sure everybody's equipped to be able to provide those language and translation services at the buildings and at the central office as well. And just some action steps for next school year. We wanted to continue to collaborate with our diverse community, reach out to them, to invite them to the Welcome Center, to invite them to our different events and that we're holding. One of the things we want to be able to do is to establish the superintendent's parent advisory to support that implementation of the family engagement policy. We are also we have put out surveys to get feedback from parents about when we think about a parent university. One of the things that we're rolling out next year is a comprehensive parent university that provides families, parents, workshops that increases their efficacy. We want to do some work around establishing some measurable family engagement goals and benchmarks for the district and at the school level. We've heard about the possibility of expanding FACES, and so we want to look at about what that infrastructure looks like as we expand that position, and then strengthening our collaboration with local employers to support workforce development initiatives for parents. Trying to parallel some of the things that we do with students around work-based learning experiences. This is just a link to our Parent University Interest Survey. And I just wanted to inform you about our upcoming event. We are planning for May 16th a Unity in the Community Summer Kickoff, which intends to bring organizations, agencies that provide services and programs over the summer to youth and families. So we want to bring them all together so that families can gather resources, get information, but also just have a fun night. And that's going to be held here at Central Office from 5:30 to 7:30 on May 16th. And then we're looking forward to our summer registration fairs. And with that, any feedback or questions?
Thank you, Dr. Estrella, for the information presentation. I know it's been a long time. I remember my first years on the board. This was one of the first initiatives within the first year and a half or two that was brought back to life. And so it's just, for me, it was an exciting thing to see come back and the continued work and evolution. We have a long ways to go, and I know that you and the team have a lot on your plate. And I'm sure there's more opportunities to continue to grow the work in our community. So I just wanted to share that for me, it's been great to see the progress and evolution of the work that you're bringing forward. So thank you for sharing. Would open up the floor to the board for any questions. Yes, Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
And thank you. When you talk about your 13 participating Kansas family-friendly partnership schools, what criteria did you use to identify those 13 schools?
So these 13 schools are schools that currently have a FACES specialist there. And it's also, these 13 specialists have participated in the professional learning network. And so that's how there were schools that were participating in this professional learning network, and they volunteered to be a part of this process.
Okay. So how many schools, so you opened it up to how many, and 13 agreed, volunteered?
So the 13 are, let me clarify, so the 13 FACES are FACES that are participating in this statewide professional learning network.
Oh, okay.
And they were getting trained, receiving training on the walkthrough tool in order to do that. And so they self-selected.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Page?
Thank you. You did the presentation for us at our academic meeting. And, excuse me, thank you for the updates that I see that you put in. And I just wanted to add two more things. We have a number of senior citizens who are raising their children. Families are not the traditional what we think, and if we could do something to include them, help them, they're trying to make the adjustment to help their babies. They're raising their kids. So if we could do something to show them as well as our Asian brothers and sisters. Because people need to see themselves. I'm a firm believer in that. If you want people to buy into it, if I see me, oh, okay, they're trying to include me, then you may get more people involved. So if you could also look at our Asian community, our Hmong sisters and brothers, they have a big church on the corner of 7th and Washington. And they do a lot of phenomenal programming. If there's some way we can get them involved and help them as well as our senior citizens, I think that would make a big difference. Because we have the diversity, we need to show the diversity and get more people to buy into it.
Absolutely, and thank you. One of the, going back to the grandparents, one of the, we see a lot of grandparents who come wanting to register their grandchildren and don't always have the proper sort of like power of attorneys or things like that. And so, we've thought about working with livable neighborhoods and some of the neighborhood associations to be able to bring that information to community members, especially what does that look like when you've taken in your grandchild or a nephew, and you don't necessarily, you're not the guardian of that child. What does that look like?
Thank you. I think that would help a lot.
Yes.
Thank you. Ms. Clark?
One of the things that sticks out to me is the number of summoner applicants that you've helped, which means that people are being intentional with coming to the center to get that help. And I'm curious on how you're sharing, or if you're sharing feedback. We know what we think on why the students want to go to summer. The information you're gathering, I'm wondering how it can help us with all of our students versus just those that are accepted. So that would be to me, that's another avenue or another way to continue to get information and to be able to make the changes that we need to make and insert the classes we need to make to be able to help our families. So I'm sure they're sharing something with you as they come in on why it's so important, because to me, that number sticks out. Mm-hmm. That's on top of the kids that are applying online.
Actually, so both. It's reflective of both the applications and then also the online applications that they.
Let me rephrase. That's on top of the students that are doing it in their own home versus coming to the center for assistance.
All right. Thank you. Ms. Russell?
Oh man, it's 2024 and I still did it. I just have a few questions, and I think one of them is, thank you, Ms. Clark, for elevating that. I think that was a number that stood out to me. And so are these applications or are these appeals?
So these are applications, and in order for you to appeal, you have to have applied. So the appeals are factored into those, because in order for you to appeal your app, so in order for you to appeal, so that's kind of contained within the 1,200. If that makes sense.
So it stood out to me, but I also wondered if we have disaggregated data. To Ms. Clark's question, we have over 1,000 kids who have applied for admission. Do we have disaggregated data around those who qualified but weren't able to attend due to, I don't know what the number of students that we accepted into the program overall, but then also the data around what middle schools these students were applying from. I think getting to Ms. Clark's kind of her thought process is where I am is that's a lot of students. And if there were students I would like to look at a comprehensive way of how we can look at that as a board and kind of think about that process. Or even what other needs may need to be addressed or kind of talk through to get to some of that more. Why do we have 1,000 folks applying? And I think some of that is anecdotal, but I also think what can we be doing collectively as a board? That was one of my questions or thoughts for a later date. My other question on that same slide, the impact data, are those duplicated numbers or are those individual household numbers? So maybe you had someone come get help with the enrollment process, but then they also followed up and needed additional supports. Are each of these individual unduplicated numbers, or are these?
I think some of them are duplicated because we have families that come, who may come for one child and then have to come back for another child. So yeah,
It's based on each service provided.
Yeah.
That's what you're saying. Okay, thank you. My other question was around parent liaison. So some buildings don't have faces, or they have faces and they also have a parent liaison. I'm not sure if the building I'm thinking of still has both. But our parent liaisons or parent educators or whatever acronym a building may use, do those folks also fall under your department?
So at this point, we've basically moved away from parent liaisons. Everybody who was a parent liaison before is now a FACES. So.
Is it covered under the same, so is everyone still covered? So now have you transitioned people out of a different budget? Because I know some of them were doing it based on dollars that they had set aside. And then we were able to have FACES in our middle schools because of a grant. So is it all coming out of your budget, or is it coming out of the building's budgets?
So some are coming from building budget and some are coming from our general fund, right?
Okay. Do we have a plan? So should we implement FACES at all buildings? Are we planning to do that from building budgets, or are we doing that from all of them going to be from your budget?
So that is one of the budget items that the board will need to discuss currently, and then we'll bring that information of where they're currently being charged to and the possibility of what it will look like to phase it in. Because as we shared with you, to add 33, whatever the number was of the buildings that did not have it, it was about $1.2 million. So that's a part of the budget discussion at the next budget meeting.
Okay. And I come from this from a lens of if we are at a district-wide approach hoping to implement FACES, I would like to see them all come from one pool and not some buildings have to take from one. That's just my own perspective, my own opinion. But my last question for you, Mr. Estrella, Dr. Estrella, is around what are the most common supports that you are seeing from your FACES or from the Welcome Center with regard to what community needs are when folks are outside of trying to get folks enrolled and like staying in school, what are your biggest needs that you guys are seeing?
So I think our biggest need right now is around housing and the number of families that are doubled up. So that would be one of the common ones.
Which speaks back to your point around the residential requirement piece. Okay, that makes a lot of sense. Lastly, and it's not a question for you, Dr. Estrella, it is more, I am not finding the family engagement policy in our board docs nor on the public view. So I was wondering if when we as a board could go through all of the policies that we've approved and ensure that they are all present.
Thank you, Ms. Russell. We will make sure that policy and all policies are where they should be on board docs and on web where they should be. So thank you for pointing that out.
Thank you. And lastly, Dr. Estrella, I don't have a question. It's just a comment. When you all get to working on the district-wide Family Engagement Council Advisory, I would love to participate and kind of be engaged in that process. So if you wouldn't mind, but to keep me abreast of that, I appreciate it greatly. Thank you.
Absolutely. Thank you.
You, Ms. Russell. Additional comments or questions? Thank you, Dr. Estrella, to you and your team. Right, board. Next on our agenda is item 8, new business. This is for information. No action is being requested of the board, but if there are any questions, now would be an appropriate time to bring that forward. This may come back at a future board meeting for potential action, but tonight it is just for your information to review.
Well, let me ask,
Yes, Dr. Nguyen.
are there any other buildings that the Mason, are we at number 8?
Yes, 8, new
The
business.
Mason needs cleaning? Is this the only one?
That was my question.
Hello, can you all hear me all right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Hey, this is Doug. I'm sorry I'm coming to you remotely tonight. Good evening, everybody. And I'm sorry I didn't quite catch the question, Dr. Nguyen.
We're looking at masonry cleaning and repair at Sumner. Are there other facilities that need masonry cleaning?
Yes.
So we're taking them one by one, or what?
Well, we really are. Really, the Sumner is in pretty serious need of it's not just cleaning, tuck pointing, some concrete repair, also going to apply some graffiti repellent, down low. So there are other schools that have that need, but we were able to basically get the entire older portion of Sumner done this year, and then we'll look at doing some others. Frankly, Wyandotte is also in need of a lot of this work. We could only do really just kind of the front, not even half of the building for this dollar amount at Wyandotte, so we shifted over. We thought Sumner was a really great candidate to try to take care of that perimeter because we are getting some water infiltration. There are other schools that I will be bringing forward at later dates.
Okay.
Probably not this summer, probably be more like next summer for these other ones.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Additional questions?
Doug, in that same vein, I guess, we last year, headed into the school year, we had some replacements on the side closer to the gym. Are these exterior jobs needed as a result of all of the work that was a mess over there? But I didn't know what the correlation of where that work happened and this work is happening, if those two things played on to one another or not.
If I'm understanding the question correctly, no, I would not say there's a correlation between those two. This is purely a matter of the age of the building. And honestly, we've not done a lot of the tuck pointing around the district, which is, I'd like to start to emphasize some of that to avoid longer, bigger problems.
Thank you. Additional questions on this item, board? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clements.
Thank you very much.
Okay, next up, agenda item 9, board. We will hear from our superintendent of schools, Dr. Anna Stubblefield.
Good evening, everyone. I just have a few announcements and reminders. First, I want to give a shout out to the Transportation Department. The Transportation Department performed a puppet show yesterday worthy of a standing ovation. They showed and informed and educated students at Claude Hike all about the school bus safety. We're so thankful for the director, Miguel Martin, and his team for working so hard to keep everyone informed and safe. I want to remind everyone that this is Youth Violence Prevention Week from April 22nd through April 26th. Our Enough is Enough Student Advisory Council are working hard to help provide their peers with helpful information on how they can make a difference. We invite you to join our youth and teens to take a stand against violence. Check out at our Enough is Enough information at on Twitter at KCKPS X, I said Twitter, formerly Twitter, I don't know what it's called anymore, but they do provide lots of updates, and you can also find information about it on our website. I want to thank the student service team and the KCKPS staff and our community partners for hosting an awesome and well-attended health resource fair and fentanyl awareness event at J.C. Harmon High School. The event was well put together, and it provided timely information for those who were in attendance. Lastly, I want to remind everyone who have not had an opportunity to attend one of the 3 bond information community meetings that you still have time to attend the final public session. It will be hosted on Thursday, April 25th at J.C. Harmon. We will have food beginning at 5:30, and the program will begin around 6:00 p.m. You can visit kckschools.org to register. We ask that you register so that we'll have a count and estimate for food. Your participation is vital as we strive to make informed decisions to build a stronger future for our kids, our community, and for Kansas City, Kansas public schools. That's all that I have tonight.
Thank you, Dr. Stubblefield. I will also be brief. A lot of what you mentioned, I will just echo the violence prevention, fentanyl awareness fair that was held at Harmon. Great turnout, great to see so many families and students. That peer-to-peer learning, I think it's something that we are doing really well, and we can continue to build opportunities for that peer-to-peer learning. I just think that's so powerful when students are working alongside students to educate. We saw part of that today in the presentation from the Resist group. So thank you for everyone involved in all of this work to build that up. I also got to participate in a Black Excellence circle and conversation with students at Harmon earlier this year as well, or a month ago, and it was great to just be around those students and hear from them about things that they're seeing and how we can continue to support them. So thank you for that opportunity at Harmon. I'm looking forward to I believe it's the Diploma Plus Showcase happening on May 8th, if I'm not mistaken. I was able to go to Vibrant Health last week, and they are hosting interns or fellows from Sumner, Wyandotte, Schlegel, a few other schools. I believe there's around 20 of our students who are doing community health projects with Vibrant Health, one of our local FQHCs. And I got to sit down with those students, and they were showing me their work, their research on issues that they're seeing, not just in their community, but in their schools around facilities and improvements and food and health and all of these things that they're seeing. And so not only are they identifying some of the challenges they're seeing and experiencing, but they're coming up with solutions and creating solutions, which they'll be presenting at the Diploma Plus Showcase on May 8th. So I'm excited to go see that as well. And then thank you to Washington High School. I was able to come out and speak to students about experience in Spanish as part of their Diploma Plus curriculum as well, about being a Latino in these types of spaces and my story and my journey. And it was great to just be able to share space with the teacher and the students. It was probably about 25 Spanish-speaking students, mostly or all ELL students, and at different levels, and for them just to hear the feedback from them about where we might be more supportive for them in their academic journey. The thirst for knowledge from that group, I mean, it's there. I think it is there with all of our students, but just to hear from them, like, they are hungry to learn, and we continue to find opportunities to share with them in ways that we can improve how we work along them in their journey to learn. So thank you to Washington High School for that opportunity and to do it all in Spanish. I think it's just great when students have that opportunity to do that and showcase their abilities to share with us. So, and then we're coming up on graduation season. I believe ROTC graduation's coming up, and looking forward to that and all the other graduations. So thank you to everyone. I know it's going to be a busy end of school year. It always is. So just shout out to all of you, to our staff who were making this a memorable season for our scholars. So just thank you for all the work in advance, for all the work that you're putting in, that you have put in, and that you will continue to put in as we close out the academic year in May and celebrate as students continue in their education. So just thank you to all of you, to our families and scholars. Keep it up. We're so proud of you. So with that, I'll stop and I'll open it up to the board. Okay. Seeing none, We'll continue with our agenda. Next up, Board, we are at executive session time. Agenda item 10 would entertain a motion to recess to executive session for negotiations pursuant to the exemption for employer-employee negotiations under COMA for 15 minutes, going in at 7:44.
So moved.
And thank you, and I'm sorry, to include in that Dr. Judith Campbell, Mr. Steve Lilly, Dr. Stubblefield, and Mr. Goheen in that motion as well. Moved and seconded. Discussion? None. Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Wanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Allen Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell,
Randy ignored my hand earlier, but Rachel Russell, yes.
Sorry, Ms. Russell. We'll catch you on the flip side.
Dr. Nguyen,
Other one, yes.
Thank you.
The staff, with the exception of those who have to go in executive session, you're excused.
Oh, certainly.
So moved.
Moved by Ms. Clark, seconded by Ms. Brownlee Page. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yes.
Maxine Drew,
Yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Milam Jr.,
Allen Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell, Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank
Is
you.
there a motion to extend executive session for 5 minutes?
So moved.
Moved and seconded. Moved by Ms. Clark, seconded by Mr. Mylan. Discussion? Ms. Smith?
You said extended for how many minutes?
5 minutes.
5, okay. Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy Lopez, yes.
Robert Milam Jr.,
Allen Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Wanda Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell, Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you. Moved by Ms. Drew, seconded by Ms. Brownlee Page. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Yes.
Maxine Drew,
Yes.
Randy Lopez,
Yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Holly Junior, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell, Dr. Nguyen.
Thank you. Is there a motion to recess to executive session to discuss school safety and security under the Kansas Open Meetings Act?
So moved.
And I'm sorry, for 10 minutes to include Dr. Conrad, Dr. Campbell, Mr. Goheen, Dr. Stubblefield, and Mr. Steve Lilly. For 10 minutes. Moved and seconded. Ms. Smith?
Yolanda Clark,
Wanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Andy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen. Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, I can hear you.
All right, motion to return to open session, please. Moved and seconded. Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark, Maxine Drew,
Yes.
Randy Lopez,
Yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Julia, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Brownlee Page, yes.
Rachel Russell, Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you. Motion to recess to executive session to discuss the board clerk evaluation pursuant to non-elected personnel exemption Tacoma to include Mr. Goheen and the board for Ms. Drew. For 10 minutes. Is there a
Okay.
motion to do so? Moved and
Seconded.
seconded. Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark, Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Andy, yes.
Robert Mylan Jr.,
Julia, yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page,
Brownlee Page, yes.
Dr. Nguyen.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. Motion to return to open session, please.
So moved.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Discussion. Ms. Smith, roll call.
Yolanda Clark,
Yolanda Clark, yes.
Maxine Drew,
Maxine Drew, yes.
Randy Lopez,
Randy, yes.
Robert Marlin Jr.,
Robert Miley Jr., yes.
Wanda Brownlee Page, Rachel Russell, Dr. Nguyen.
Dr. Nguyen, yes.
Thank you. All right, thank you, everybody, for joining us tonight. Have a great evening. I think with that, this meeting's adjourned. Thanks, everyone.
Robert Johnson.